breeze. It can get quite blustery out here, not so at the beginning of the day. And you can expect some testing exchanges in this first match of the day. Salvarassan brought a really high baseline level to his clash with Lorimer yesterday. And Fletcher very efficient in catching out Ratanavong at the net. So it's title time on the singles court at the Lexus Junior National Championships. This is the 16th event, to be followed by the 18th on these same courts next week. Aaron Salvarassan, the qualifier, the former winner in the 11s category, runner-up in 2022 in the 12 and under singles. But if he were to come through today, this would be one of the biggest achievements of his career to date. It's the 14-year-old who's going to get us underway. Oh, nicely on the corner from Salvarassan. Gets a taste of the main stage today here on court 3, was over on court 5 when he got that straight setter done against Lorimer yesterday. A really solid start for the player from Cheshire. Salvarassan, based at Leeds Beckett Uni, that's the Yorkshire Tennis RPDC, standing for Regional Player Development Centre. The LTA has 15 regional player development centres across the country. And Salvarassan based at one of the 2 in the north of England. The other of those is Bolton. Vincent Fletcher is based at Team Bath, which is still the base for a number of players who are out on the professional tour. The likes of Giles Hussey and Holly Hutchinson. And just to give an idea of the prestige level of the Lexus Junior National Championships, in just the 16s category alone, singles court, former champions include the great Andy Murray himself, current world number 6 Jack Draper, Dan Evans in 2006, Yeah, it's nicely done by Fletcher. He'll look to set up the forehand and use it early. It's something he really demonstrated yesterday as well, Fletcher, the ability to shape the forehand, to use different parts of the court. Ratanavong was approaching the net a lot, and he was able to get the dips and angles to expose that. But today he is up against a player who can do the same as Selvaressen. He's got 6 match wins behind him this week, so he's got a lot of reps, a lot of rhythm. And if Fletcher can't do enough with his first 2 shots, he's really going to be challenged from the baseline today, and his consistency level will be tested. Oh, magnificent length on that defensive lob from Fletcher. Maybe getting a few early insights out here. The very first game, Selvaressen put an overhead into the net and clearly incredibly comfortable at the back of the court. But if Fletcher can draw him up against his will to the net, might be some opportunities there. That's a good hold from an early deficit for the number 8 seed, highest seed left standing as we reach the final showdown. Not necessarily the norm here, and certainly it's very unusual to see a qualifier in the title match. Underlines how well Selvaressen's done this week. Not a player the field would have been underestimating, though. His most recent nationals result, Selvaressen, was quarterfinals of the 14s event last summer in Nottingham. Lost only to the top seed, which was Eric Lorimer, and that was a 3-set battle. won the middle set 6-love there. Yeah, this is good maintained length of shot from Fletcher. Yeah, Salvarez's got to be careful to keep his footing early, because when Fletcher eventually went up on return of on yesterday after a tight first set, he really opened up with freedom.
40-30.
It's a statement forehand in response from Salvarez. Up against a player who won't hesitate to be aggressive. Fletcher increasingly confident, redirecting up the line yesterday, looking to be aggressive and approach behind his forehand. Salvarez in this second service game of his, just giving a little more earlier from the baseline. Got to give Fletcher some credit for that with the assertiveness of the forehand. But first serve's definitely required for the player from Cheshire right now. And that's why the pressure just felt on the second serve. Fletcher able to get himself up to the net for one of the first times in this first set at the back end of that game. And Salvarez felt the heat and the threat of the attack. So there's the first strike, and it is for the number 8 seed, Vincent Fletcher, leading 2-1 and preparing to serve at this first sit down. So we're guaranteed to have 2 new names on the 16s honor roll by the end of today. Last year's champions Mark Saban not playing the 16s this year. He'll be in action at the 18s next week. And Holly Smart, although triumphant in the doubles alongside Megan Knight, was beaten in the singles semi-finals yesterday by number 4 seed Daniela Britton. She'll take on Knight in the match following this one.
Love 50.
Well, it's a great attitude from Salvarasan. Immediate impact here with his positioning. Looking to match Fletcher's threat, stepping up to the court. It's a real contrast when he played Lorimer over on court 5 yesterday. Lorimer very expressive. And not necessarily in a bad way either. He was really trying to pump himself up. So well executed. And Salvarasan, a very maintained presence, very cool, doesn't give you a lot at all. And that can be particularly noteworthy in the junior game, as you're maturing and learning to deal with, handle emotions. These players can be a bit more expressive. Talk about willingness to go line. Shorter ball is there, and Fletcher is all over it, despite the scoreboard pressure being well and truly on here. 2 break points saved, 1 still to face. Just about resilient enough, Salvarasan, and the quick start to the game, so important because it just gave Fletcher that much further to travel. He had to keep his level up for that little bit longer. So credit to the 14-year-old qualifier for keeping his chin up in the face of double faulting over the advantage. Back level here on court 3 at the Lexus Junior National Championships. This the 16 and under boys singles final. Few little glances over to the right. I believe he's got his coach Richard Crabtree here with him this week, Selvaressen, and love the response here. He's got to get his coach's approval, the way he's willingly slammed his foot down in the face of going down the early break. Just become that touch more authoritative and aggressive. And that is great work to consolidate the break back from Aaron Selvaressen. Keeps us steady in this opening set, a break each way. And it's the qualifier who leads 3-2. Well, the list of former boys 16 and under champions at the Lexus Junior National Championships is one of the most impressive since the year 2000. Andy Murray, victorious, Dan Evans, Julian Cash in 2012. He's currently top 20 in the world in doubles. Paul Jubb, ever dangerous. This is the 10-year anniversary of Jubb's triumph, and it was the very next year that Jack Draper lifted the trophy. Draper now comfortably inside the world's top 10 and a Grand Slam semi-finalist since this event last season. Plenty of inspiration for these guys. It's been great over the course of this week to see how the game is evolving constantly. A lot of the boys in particular very willing to try and get themselves up the court, utilize the net play, switch things up off the ground. Just intelligent, impressive tennis. Yeah, that's such a smooth play from Fletcher, and something that as he grows into his body and into his game, that's going to be one of the foundational elements for him, using the big serve, the forehand, and showing efficiency in the forecourt. To be coming through with that kind of thing on the regular, as he still competes mainly on the opening rungs of the junior ladder, J60s and 30s. It's very encouraging stuff. Love hold to match the oppositions then. And both players seem to have settled into this now. Might have been a couple of early nerves, particularly from Selvaressen's end of the court. The baseline level not quite where it was yesterday, and that's totally understandable. The stakes go up today, big title on the line. Once you're on that honor roll, you're there for good, and you are alongside some really prestigious British tennis names. solid placement from Salvaresan. Fletcher making more and more intent to spread the court early, and that serve going straight in at the body. Some turnaround from the number 8 seed.
30, 40.
A lot of pressure into his less favored backhand wing, but he measured it really nicely. And it's a chance to push back out in front. I'd love a second serve here. It's a great return. Opportunity of the second serve, and he needed that, Fletcher, because the last couple of points, from his perspective, he's missed a couple of basic rally balls, and when you've got your opponent on the ropes, that's where the top players are so good, the consistency level to be there when they most need to be, and that's what these players are going to keep learning as they climb the rungs of the tennis ladder. Calmly handled by the qualifier. A little bit of a helping hand on the breakpoint pressure, but he was as firm as he needed to be in the longest game of the match so far to make it 4-3 first set. Aaron Salvarasan, targeting his 7th straight singles win of the week. So it would be a mini Grand Slam triumph to get him on the 16s honor roll for the first time. Quarter-finalist in the 14s last summer, pushed the top seed, so definitely had an idea of his capabilities coming into this.
Out. Well, 15.
Both players' two-handers a little more uncertain in terms of what's coming. Each with more variation control forehand side. And really it's made it a fairly even contest to date as the scoreline maps out. A lot leveling out. So it might just come down to who handles those high pressure moments the better. This is where we start to zone in on that aspect of the match as we reach the business end of the first set. Yeah, it's really sharp from the number 8 seed, always looking for that forehand, positioning accordingly. And he plays the off forehand really well to begin that spread of the court. Salvarasan's got to step up in the face of that a little more, a little earlier. Bit like that. Taking the ball early, taking it on. And that's what's made this a tight one from the offset, because the moment Selvaressen went down, early break at 2-1, he stepped up closer to the baseline, more aggressive with his intent.
One more.
Oh, what a rally that is. It's so well stabilized from Fletcher, because the forehand cross-court from Selvaressen really flirted with the sideline. Shorter angle, stretched the number 8 seed out, but he never lost his balance. Both these two proving themselves pretty decent movers out here. So here is a tight spot. And that is just a bit of a betrayal from Selvaressen. If you remember, the first time he was broken, it came on a double fault, understandable nerves. And now Fletcher told very clearly that he's got under the skin of the qualifier here. Good first serve to combat. Brilliant. He's combated every unfortunate moment with steely determination and focus out here, Aaron Selvaressen. And he can hold his head up after that hold of serve from break point down. Dialed precision into the backhand on the serve. It takes him one game away from this opening set. Megan Knight among those sat courtside. She'll take part in a battle of 14-year-olds with Daniela Britton in the match following this one for the honour of being crowned girls singles champion in this year's 16s category at the Lexus Junior National Championships. This one's still very much in the balance.
Love 50.
Oh, he thought that was long, Fletcher. But the backhand searing the baseline from Salvarasan, and this is the first time he's really going to feel the weight of that scoreboard on his shoulders, serving to stay in the set, knowing that if he drops this game, all his work in the opener comes to nothing.
Love 30.
It's a well-constructed point by Fletcher. And if he keeps this level up, Salvarasan might be looking at the third point of the game with a bit of regret. Rally forehand wide. Well pushed. Salvarasan building a wall out there. Fletcher having to win that point 2-3 times over. Responded with a sustained level. He's going to feel good for having come through that test, Fletcher. The first time where he's really been on the ropes in this match. And he passes the test without facing set point, despite that little love 30 deficit. So on we go here on court 3. It's well constructed by Salvarasson, but Fletcher largely just allowing him to play from that same pole position on the court. Very central and balanced at the baseline, the qualifier, and taking full advantage of that. Placement of serve, very impressive from Salvarasson, showing that he's thinking clearly in the pressure stages of this set and keeping that pressure very much on Fletcher, who'll have to serve to stay in it for a second time. Strong lineup at this week's 16s event at Junior Nationals. 19 of the top 20 girls of this age category turning up to competition, and 18 of the top 20 guys. And yet the final is the number 8 seed against a qualifier. And these two really having to come through with a level to take down one of the top 2 seeds each. Love to see that from Salvarasson, stepping right inside the baseline to take on the second serve. Full commitment to the attack, to the approach, and that immediately increases the odds of success. And in full control of what he's doing there. Interesting move to bring up the drop shot from planted in an aggressive position on top of the court. It caught Fletcher off guard and had him at the qualifier's mercy. This the most strain that the number 8 seed has been under now. It's a great build. Focused shot by shot is Selvaressen. And here is what he's been questing for. Break points is a set point. It just felt like he went cross-court on the approach for security more than for strategy there, Selvaressen. Suddenly the point was there for the taking, and if he'd have put that forehand down the line, the odds of putting the ball away at the net were that much higher. This is, however, a fifth second serve in a row from Fletcher. Very sudden. And really very indicative of the position that he's in, but he was the first to take the initiative there, Fletcher. Selvaressen, understandably maybe just getting a little tense with the finish line so firmly in vision in this set. Set point survived, and this first set pretty fittingly goes to a tiebreak. It was very tough to call what was going to make the difference with so much leveling out, apart from the scoreboard pressure, and it nearly did it for Selvaressen, but not quite able to back himself fully when the opportunity was there. So we'll get another chance in this tiebreak. Love to see that authority from the qualifier. It's got a little tentative both sides of the net, and with the stakes today, number 8 seed against the qualifier for the 16th title at the most prestigious event in British junior tennis. That's It's totally understandable. But the early strike, the early mini break to build on here for Salvarasan. He's had the set point already. And the opportunity here to play the points in the right way and just give himself a little bit of breathing space. Slight safety net for if things do go awry once more. And playing correctly in this middle portion of the tiebreak. Could give him something to fall back on if the finish line draws into view again. However, big point for Vincent Fletcher. And these tie breaks can flip on their heads very quickly, but there's the biggest difference in feeling between being 4-2 down at the change of ends and being 5-1 down. This very much touching distance for the 16-year-old. Well in contention. It's well played by Salvarasan, staying on his toes and keeping his positioning in the forecourt. And it is worrying for Fletcher how extremely and suddenly the first serve percentage just dropped at the back end of this set, because the margins have been so fine in this match. Something like that with Salvarasan willing to step up to the ball, that could make the ultimate difference. And this time, the 14-year-old has set points to choose from, and is first on serve at 6-2. The qualifiers quest continues. Aaron Salvarasan is one set away from claiming the 16's Lexus Junior National Championship singles trophy this year. Over an hour required for that opening set, and he was consistently, after trailing by the early break, just nudging himself out in front and asking Fletcher to keep pace. And the drop off of that first serve from Vincent Fletcher definitely did open the door at the back end of what was a very level contest. Not immune to a 3-set battle, the 14-year-old qualifier, but a huge step up for him against the seeded player. Well, no surprise that there's going to be a Little break and a little time for Aaron Salvarasan to think after that first set, because Vincent Fletcher for now has left the court. Reminder of the match to follow this one in a rematch of the 14s girls singles final last summer. Number 3 seed Megan Knight will take on number 4 seed Daniela Britton for the 16s girls trophy in the match following this one. But still a distance to be travelled. Aaron Salvarasan leading by a tie-break set here on court 3. Vincent Fletcher back on court, and we're ready to get going again. Mentally, it's going to be a very important opening to set 2 for him. Would be so easy to get down on himself after the smallest of margins decided that opening set. Over an hour for the set, a long time to have been on court with nothing to show for it on the overall scoreboard. But he's got to take the positives of how he was able to be toe-to-toe with Salvarasan, and just the dwindling of the first serve cost him. Oh, great reach. Little interference of the net cord, but
15 all.
didn't stop the fact that Salvarasan had kept his footing. And his defensive abilities really coming to the fore there, because Fletcher, it seemed, felt forced into bringing up the drop shot, not able to unsettle the player from Cheshire from the back of the court.
Out. 30-15.
The backhand line starting to come through for Salvarasan. All the more pressure on Fletcher to land the first serve, which can be an effective point setter for him. Breeze just starting to pick up. Wonder if he went for the body serve a little more for security there. Fletcher allowed Salvarasan to get going in the point. Oh, it's just nudged long. The qualifier, though, giving the number 8 seed a whole lot to think about out here. It's a really good dig. And he proved his ability with the shorter angle countless times on this court yesterday, Fletcher, as Ratanavon gave him consistent targets at the net. Salvarasan looked to cover with his positioning, but the drop shot was signalled a little. Much needed holds to open for Vincent Fletcher. That is well rallied after facing the early break point. Got a first round bye as a seed, and since then had not dropped a set. Fletcher moving into this match, so that opening set, the first that he's surrendered on the courts of the LTA's National Tennis Centre this past week. From Cambridge, Fletcher, big fan of Cambridge United. Also a big fan of Holger Rune, names him as his favourite player. Rune's still in his early 20s and a very creative player at his peak. He's got the flair, also the backwards cap.
15 love.
A lot of young inspiration on the tour now for these players to draw on, and that includes Jack Draper, world number 6, on the honor roll for this 16 singles category, won the title in 2016, so less than a decade ago. Oh, really well constructed by Fletcher and well focused. Forehand line from Salvarasan in that rally was borderline. And the number 8 seed still coming through with the placement on the cross-court backhand to facilitate the finish. And now he's playing with the scoreboard. He was always up against it in the first set, maybe wore him down in the end. Real opportunity to utilize it here in the very early stages of the second. Big targets, but attacking mindset for Fletcher, and it does pay. So the first break point of the set is for the number 8 seed. And that'll help his mood. Really well competed by Fletcher, especially considering he did have a break point at 30-40, 4 games all in the first set. Could have saved himself a lot of misery because the first serve went MIA from there. He is very much in contention in this 16 singles final. Oh, he's hitting his purple patch now, Fletcher. A lot of focused intensity out here. Stepping up to every ball and using the angles a little more, looking to break those sidelines.
C15.
Pretty strong consolidation of the break of serve for the number 8 seed, and having dropped the opener, he has not dropped a game since. 3-love here in set 2. First final of the day at the 16 and under event at the Lexus Junior National Championships. Well, this time next week, the 18s Junior National Championships finals will be played here at the LTA's National Tennis Center in Roehampton. The stakes go up again because the winners of those titles will get wildcards into men's and women's qualifying at Wimbledon. Salvaressen's had a taste of the championships and won 2 of his 4 box matches at the Wimbledon 14 and under event last year. That was a new introduction at the championships in week 2 of competition a handful of years ago, and actually won in 2023 by last year's 16s champion Mark Saban.
C15.
Yeah, well done. He's not always been out in front in this match. Salvaressen clearly down now and was the first player to trail by a break in the opening set. And when he's faced those deficits, has actually brought out his most urgent, most dialed tennis. And no one expects any of these players in the 16s category to be close to fully developed yet. They've got a lot of growing to do into their bodies as well as their games, but they're the kind of qualities that you look for in terms of players who can keep climbing the ladder, and when they face the grind of the starting rungs of the professional circuit, that competitive quality, willingness to improvise, adjust. A little less under the Silver-Assen control though when he's facing the server Fletcher. He's landing that first delivery with regularity now, the 16-year-old. Jinx from me. Just a bit more pressure in this matchup for Silver-Assen to maintain his depth of shot. Fletcher with the healthy leg up in this second set and routinely showing willingness to take the game on. Silver-Assen with the right intent there, but not quite the execution. So Fletcher still sitting comfortably in this second set, having dropped the first, but daylight on the scoreboard at 4-1. So each of the age categories at the Lexus Junior National Championships is a full week event. Qualifying competition for the 18s gets underway here at the LTA National Tennis Center tomorrow. And it's certainly worth keeping an eye on, considering that we have a qualifier on court in this 16s final, Aaron Silver-Assen. Only dropped the 5 games, coming through 2 matches in qualifying this week. Maybe worth a mention that the wind is picking up just a little on court 3. And maybe factoring slightly, particularly when that ball comes in at the body. There's just a touch more adjustment required right now. A bit more difficult to get the timing right. Well, once again, a testament to the character and calm of Aaron Salvarasan, just focusing purely on the game at hand. A very maintained performance as things do get a little more blustery out here. Has the skill set off the ground to actually utilize that. Read it right though when he's under a little more pressure on the return. Ambitious attempt at the backhand up the line from Salvarasan. Had the foot speed to keep that rally going. And that is a much improved shot from Fletcher in this second set. It was the beginning of the game changing at the beginning of set 2. A little more angle on the forehand into Salvarasan's favoured wing. Well, both players setting a standard on serve now, and Fletcher taking full advantage of the early break that he picked up in this second set. Serving first, it stretches the scoreboard in his advantage, and he's starting to stare up a decider at 5-2. Yeah, that has seared the sideline for Fletcher. And it's on him to make Salvarasan feel it here. This was where Fletcher himself really started to feel the heat at the back end of the first set when he was serving to stay in that set for the first time. In at the body, but towards the hip at the backhand from Salvarez, just catching Fletcher out because he was always going to try and move around that one for the forehand. Not enough to slow down the number 8 seed.
15-14.
Becoming increasingly confident, Vincent Fletcher, with that scoreboard breathing room. And if he can break through for set 2, it would be the ideal scenario, giving him a platform for the decider. To the distance we go in the first final of the day. Really impressive response from Vincent Fletcher, so narrowly edged in a first set that lasted over an hour. Took a little time off the court and came back with a vengeance. Much more assertive from the 16-year-old, and he will serve first in set 3, the boys singles final in the 16s category at the Lexus Junior National Championships is ongoing. So both players taking a bit of time off court this time around. The stakes increase again as we head to a final set shootout. Full tiebreak third set. And this would be the biggest achievement to date of both players' careers. Selvaressen looking to avoid a repeat of history. He was up a set on Niall Pickett-Barua in the 2022 12 and under singles final before losing. Fletcher with the serving advantage here. Well, not essential by any means, because nerves might well come into play in this set, but it does feel like this opening game carries a fair bit of weight. And Fletcher had a strong service hold coming through break point to open the second set, and it really set the tone for him. If he'd have been broken there, then there would have been a lot of negativity on the table, having lost a long first set. And now he's in an even more testing position. Double break point for the qualifier in this first game. It's really well done by Aaron Selvaressen, picking up the urgency immediately, willing to step up to that forehand and drive it. And so the breakthrough for the 14-year-old. Both these players internationally ranked on the ITF tour, but still at the very beginning of their careers. This will be a huge building block, the confidence of knowing that you're among the best in the country of your age category, and Selvaressen, if he wanted to, could still come back and play the 16s tournament. Feels that across the board, Selvaressen's just got a little more out of the serve immediately in terms of unreturned deliveries and missed times from Fletcher. It's not been overly predictable with that serve. But make no mistake, this is going to be a wrestling match to the conclusion. An initial break of serve, particularly this early in the set, unlikely to be enough to get the job done with the pressure of the situation. Now, it's been a great battle out here. Oh, that's so intelligent from Silverassen with the serving spots and with the construction of the final point. For the consolidation, he names Roger Federer as his all-time favorite player, and he says it's for his all-court game. And a great use of the court there from Silverassen. The tension's creeping in for Fletcher. Now that opening break could really count for Silverassen. The key point in the previous game was 15-30. Fletcher had the qualifier on the ropes and he put a forehand middle of the net, and that being his favorite wing, looked to do stuff with it. That indicated tension. There again, he'd lost his footing and just wasn't quite ready to finish off proceedings, Fletcher. And this is a big problem for him. Triple break point deficit. Yeah, a forehand very telling of the inner state, understandably so, but Aaron Salvarasan could very well make it costly now. That is the double break lead for the qualifier in this third and final set of the 2025 16 and unders Lexus Junior National Championships boys final. He is in pole position to go all the way, having come through the qualifying rounds. Major moments here on court 3. So this is where it gets a little real for Aaron Salvarasan at a double breakup in the deciding set. This match fully on his racket for the first time. How does he handle that? And can he make the lead count? He's got to consolidate and back it up. Second serve ace, the first of the match. Not a bad way to launch. And what does that underline? How well he's mixed up his spots, how efficiently and versatility there's been on this serve. Yeah, just a touch too much air on the drop shot. Fletcher tracking the backhand cross court defensively, the favorite strike of Salvarasan's. So that's a foothold. And it's got to be each point in isolation because it's a long journey back into this now for the number 8 seed. Particularly up against serving like that. He's having to work the sides of the court so constantly, Fletcher, to get Salvarasan off balance. The player from Cheshire's really proven himself at the back of the court throughout this. But it's that serve that is starting to take him a step up. There's a lot of juice on that delivery. Great combat from Fletcher. He's got to have that willingness now to get Silverassen on the move. When he goes down the line, it doesn't have to be all out aggression. He doesn't have to be looking for the winner. He's got the shape on his forehand to go for that placement that's going to get Silverassen running off his mark. There it is. We've heard him minimally, Aaron Silverassen, throughout this match, throughout this week. He's been such a cool, calm presence. But he's really fought for this opportunity, and now he's got a real chance to step up and swing on the return and try and get that triple break insurance that would give him an ample safety net serving for the title. Yeah, that's the kind of swing we're talking about, and that's why it's such a tightrope that Fletcher has to walk now. Can little afford second serves with Silverassen sat at this point on the scoreboard.
Good.
That's accurate, precise, well delivered from Vincent Fletcher. But lest we forget, this is the player who took out this week's top seed in straight sets in the quarterfinals. And the 16-year-old has unfinished business in this match. Aaron Selvaratten's still got to work for it at 4-1 and serving.
Time.
And on a roll featuring names such as Andy Murray, Dan Evans and Jack Draper awaits the winner of this match. And it is still the qualifier in prime position. Serving here at 4-1 is Aaron Selvaressen. Still has a duty to maintain this lead. Selvaressen double break lead looks secure, but if Fletcher gets one of those breaks back, it's an attainable task for the 16-year-old from there. The margins have slimmed down so much for Fletcher, and that's the kind of moment that he can't afford at this position in the match. A second serve where he's just not made Selvaressen play the point out. Oh, what sharp volleying and watching of the ball from Aaron Salvarasan. And the player who started the week in qualifying is now just 1 game away from the title. Vincent Fletcher staring at the uphill struggle. But every journey starts with just 1 step, and he's taking steady steps here. Fletcher, credit to him. There must be so much frustration in how this deciding set has gone away from him after he broke serve for set 2, had the serving advantage to launch the decider. Yeah, the freedom of being 40 love down there for Salvarasan, and also 5-1 up on the scoreboard. Fully taking the game on and seeing what he can get from it. Late call, good call, and Salvarasan will have to look to do this on his own terms. That's the hold for Fletcher, and after the sit down, it'll be 14-year-old Aaron Salvarasan, the qualifier, to serve for the title. So the moment of truth has arrived after over 2 hours of play in this year's 16th Lexus Junior National Championships Boys Singles Final. It is Aaron Salvarasan looking for his 7th straight match win and the title, serving for it at 5-2. And not only does he have the safety net of the double break now, but he has the confidence in how the serve has really been coming through for him in this 3rd set, knowing that he would have a second chance if he needs it.
50-50.
Still a little blustery. There's still going to be a few nerves. Silverasson, previously a champion in the 11s category here at Nationals, but finished runner-up in the 12s final in 2022. This would be a huge step for the 14-year-old. Oh, that is so brilliantly assertive. And it sets up match point on serve for Aaron Silverasson. From qualifying all the way to the trophy, 14-year-old Aaron Silverasson is the 2025 Lexus Junior National Championship 16 and under singles champion. What an effort, a 7th straight match won by Silverasson, who took down the number 2 seed on his way to this final and has fought valiantly to get the better of Vincent Fletcher. The serve really coming through for him in the decider, and his willingness to step up was rewarded. Really impressive all round this week from Silverasson, and Fletcher coming through with a week to be proud of as well, taking down the top seed in the quarterfinals, but Silverasson today just a step too far. Richard Joyner back on court. We're going to get set up for the trophy presentation. A reminder that the girls' final is still to come. So 15 minutes on from the conclusion of the trophy ceremony, it'll be number 3 seed Megan Knight taking on number 4 seed Daniela Britton in a rematch of last year's 14s final. Last year in the 14s, Silverasson lost out in the quarterfinals, a 3-setter to the top seed. Now he is on top at the 2025 16s event, and that is an achievement to be thoroughly proud of. We'll listen into the trophy presentation and let Silverasson have his moment.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for both of our boys singles finalists here, Vincent Fletcher and Aaron Silverasson. And for our presentation on court, please welcome Jill Milner, tournament referee, Nigel Jordan, chair of the LTA advisory group, and from our sponsor Lexus, Jack Spicer. And whilst we will do a full roll call of thank yous for the event, I would just like to thank our ball crew who have come from the Wimbledon Championships and our team of on-court officials and our chair umpire Darren Michaels. So to our runner-up for 2025 from Cambridgeshire, Vincent Fletcher.
Really impressive week from Vincent Fletcher. Took down top seed Reece Lawler in the quarterfinals and really made himself a threat in this final. Can be proud of finishing as the runner-up this time around. And the 16-year-old surely looking ahead to the 18s competition on these same courts next week.
Matching the achievements of Hugo Coughlin at our 2021 16 under event. As a qualifier, our champion this year from Cheshire, Aaron Selverassen.
7 match wins in a row for Aaron Selverassen, including 3 over seeded players in the main draw. 4, in fact, over seeded players in the main draw, with a final victory over number 8 seed Vincent Fletcher. Achievement of his career to date, and so much to look forward to for the 14-year-old. So the first of our winners is crowned, and we await the second in the next 10 minutes or so here on court 3. It'll be Megan Knight up against Daniela Britton for the girls' singles trophy. I'll be back with you for that one.
So, ladies and gentlemen, for our girls' singles final, that will be coming to court in 15 minutes' time at 12:45. Thank you.
was, but you didn't do enough of the speed for it to be a green light. And you're also out of position, you're not in the course. Here we go. If it's a good ball, respect it.
Really lame return, yeah, and not concentrated.
Score right now or you finishing?
Who else is being a centre? Right. So we know which way round. Okay, so there'll be one first, there'll be 2 seconds, right centre, left centre, left base 1, left base 6. Do your best. Yes, they put me back left, but there are other bits.
So welcome back for our girls singles final here at the National Tennis Centre. Please welcome back on support our ball crew. And to our players, firstly, please welcome Daniela Britton. And also, big welcome for Megan Knight. To the left of the umpire's chair is Daniela Britton. Daniela seeded 4 here this week at the 16 under girls junior national championship. Has reached the final without the loss of a set, including defeating the top seed in yesterday's semi-final. Daniela is age 14, started playing tennis at the age of 3, lives in Dorset and trains at the West Hants Club with her coach Jasmine Drew. Her favourite player is Novak Djokovic. Tennis career highlights so far playing at Wimbledon in 2024. Hobbies, interests outside of tennis include motorsport and ball games. Please welcome Daniela Britton. To the right of the umpire's chair is Megan Knight. Megan has seeded 3 here this week with us at the National Tennis Centre. Won the doubles title yesterday with her partner Ollie Smart. and also reached the final without the loss of a set. Currently aged 14, started playing tennis at the age of 4, lives in Suffolk with a training base at Colford School with her coach Matt Lowe. Megan's favourite player, Ariana Sabalenka, and career highlights so far are winning the Monte Carlo 40 Under Masters event in 2024. Hobbies outside of tennis include horse riding, which I guess coming from somewhere near Newmarket is only to be expected. Please welcome Megan Knight.
So one champion has been crowned here at the Lexus Junior National Championships 16 and unders finals day. Aaron Selvaressen, the qualifier, getting the better of number 8 seed Vincent Fletcher for not just the boys singles trophy, but also his name on a prestigious honor roll and confirmed presence in the main draw of the Wimbledon Junior Championships this season. Would be surprised if we don't see both players currently on court in that lineup come the summer, but victory today would confirm it. Today's girls singles final is a rematch of the 14s final played just last summer. Number 3 seed Megan Knight takes on number 4 seed Daniela Britton for today's title. Richard Joyner was on the courtside mic with the introductions. Abigail Johnson back with you on commentary. Really looking forward to this match. 3 of the top 4 seeds made the semis in the girls singles event this week, and Daniela Britton had the results of the week so far yesterday when she took down defending champion Holly Smart in straight sets 6-2, 6-1 to make it to the final showdown. She's looking for a bit of revenge because although Britton was the top seed, it was number 2 seed Megan Knight who came through triumphant when they faced off in Nottingham in the 14s final last year. Darren Michaels chaired the boys' final. Luke Smith is here for the girls and confirms that Britton won the toss and chose to serve first. Now rest assured, no bad blood between these two. Immediately after that singles final in the 14s, they teamed up and won the doubles trophy. So these have been the 2 leading names of their age category and punching above their weight here because they're both 14 years old and facing off for the 16s crown today. Really illustrious honor roll here at the Junior National Championships, and some key names on the 16s honor roll specifically. Heather Watson in 2007, Harriet Dart in 2011, and Maya Lumsden as well in 2013, current top 100 doubles player. And more recently, Holly Smart was the defending champion, and Hannah Klugman lifted the trophy in 2023, the year after Mimi Zhu. A lot of very noteworthy names to have come through at the most prestigious tournament in British junior tennis. And great signs for both these players that after performing so strongly in a lower age category last year, they're already here in the title match at 16s. Knight came through on this court 3 yesterday. The scoreline hides some close games in her clash with number 5 seed Edie Griffiths. She got the win 6-1, 6-3. Neither player has dropped a set in 3 matches moving into this final showdown. Something has to give. And for the next couple of hours out here on court 3, it is Megan Knight seated at 3 up against number 4 seed Daniela Britton for the Lexus Junior National Championships 16 singles trophy. And there was a lot of pressure for defending champion and top seed Holly Smart yesterday. But Daniela Britton did not put a foot wrong over on court 5. She's going to have to deal with some serious pace off the ground from Knight, her fellow 14-year-old, turned 14 at the beginning of February, did the player from Suffolk. And we'll just see if that gets her off balance a little more today, Britton, because in defensive positions she was finding great length of shot and shape of shot against Smart. Oh, she's found the back of the line, Knight. I think a lot of people, including the players, are expecting a tough one today. They've played each other many times, these two, a lot of familiarity. And actually, that includes the doubles final yesterday. All 4 semi-finalists were back on court for the doubles final. Knight teamed up with Smart to help her get a bit of revenge as they came through with the trophy over Britton and Griffiths. Yeah, that's an impressive first hold from the player from Dorset. She's based at the West Hants Club, is Britton, and that is one of the LTA's 15 regional player development centres. It's been really beneficial for Britton to be based at West Hants. A lot of great facilities there, and a lot of accomplished players have touched down there for team events and also for training. Britton able to train with older, more advanced players. That has accelerated her own development, and you can see the layers that she already has in her game. A good ball strike, but good tennis IQ. Knight has a really great strike off both wings, although both players on court have seemed particularly fond of their backhand, as she names Arina Sabalenka as her favorite player, and that is a true example of a player whose power can take the racket out of anybody's hands. For Knight to be so young and already have that pace of shot and that eye for dictating, that's really encouraging. But she's going to be tested, the consistency level, by Britain today. A fellow 14-year-old already asking her to produce from some awkward areas of the court. And so that's the first break of serve for the player who finished runner-up when they faced off in last year's 14s final. Britain with the first strike. Very early in proceedings, but how Knight responds here could still be very key. She's impressively able for her age, but the emotional side of things has sometimes been in question. She was up a set and a break on Griffiths yesterday and started getting mad at herself, got pegged back. Not so much room for those moments of frustration today, and it's great to see her point-by-point commitment here for immediate break-back points. So there it is, an exchange of breaks at the beginning of the second of the singles finals. Aaron Selvarassen already triumphant. And Knight and Britain back on serve, with Megan Knight looking to level at 1-2. And Megan Knight up and ready before time was called at the beginning of this game. And knows the task that she's got on her hands. Britain not looking out of place in any area of the court early on. Well, Britain might have missed the previous second serve return, but she's made her point of stepping up to the ball, stepping up to the court, and matching Megan Knight. Good length of shot from the player from Suffolk to expose that and just rob Britain of some reaction time. Yeah, that was the money shot for Britain yesterday. The backhand cross-court, relentless. It had purpose, it had precision, it had power. And it sets up a chance. More breaks than holds to date. Britain giving Knight a lot of different looks at the ball early on. And she has the second shot at a consolidation hold now, 3-1. With these two, not just the leading names in their age category in the UK, but they've made their mark already abroad. Britain 3 times a winner on the junior ITF circuit last year. A couple of J30 titles, entrance level, and then one at J60. All of those claimed abroad. And Megan Knight with a J100 title in Loughborough this year. That's where it really starts to get serious in junior competition. Now Britain showing the layers of her game once more. Very intelligent player, even at her young age. And setting the standard early on here on court 3. Megan Knight with some work to do to find her way to the title. Now to emphasize Knight's impact on an international level, beginning of this year, the top-ranked European 14 and under player. So in the whole continent. Now the way she carries herself on court marks her out. Very intent focus between the points, within the points. Yeah, she can get agitated quickly, but she does look beyond her years on court. Of the 15 LTA Regional Player Development Centres, she's based at Culford School in Dorset. Right, it's a brilliant Megan Knight point, that one. It's not just the feet moving well, it's the anticipation factor as well. She's watching that ball so intently and is getting a decent read on it to keep her balance, maintain her positioning. And she's still very much in touch in this opening set. We were out here over a couple of hours for the boys singles final, and there's a lot of tennis still to be played here. Reminder of what's on the line: a place on the prestigious honor roll and guaranteed entry into the junior main draw at Wimbledon. Both these players took part in the 14s event at Wimbledon last year, but that would be a special first. should be said, both made their mark in the 14s event at Wimbledon as well. That was a new introduction to the second week of the championships a handful of years ago. And Knight made it to the quarterfinals. Britain amassed the 5 match wins, and both players ultimately only lost to the eventual champion, Yana Kovatskova. So again, on a big stage, they underline their potential. It's not just the sweetness of the execution from Britain, it's the insight, the tactical awareness of what to do, having spread the court with the backhand. It was the perfect moment to insert the drop shot. And took some pressure off that execution as well, because Knight was so far off in the other direction. So Britain setting the bar, doing enough to hold on to the lead as she consistently gets her nose out in front here. She does find herself one game away from the opening set of this girls' singles final. So Knight serving to stay in this set. That's very well played. She's having to do a lot of generating on her own terms, Knight. And not only is she coming through with the goods, but she's keeping good length of shot. And that's really critical today against Britain, who's shown the ability to switch things up and control the momentum of play. So rarely is Knight seeing the same ball twice. And not only does that demand a high level of physical excellence, but mentally it requires you to be there so consistently as well. Wear and tear. Well, there's been some light relief for Knight at times with Britain's return misses, but off the ground, she is relentless. And it comes through for her here. The number 4 seed pounces on the return. And with the double break, it's the opening set for Daniela Britton. 1 set away from putting her name on the Lexus Junior National Championships on a roll in the singles. Doubles champion in the 14s alongside Megan Knight last summer, but she is 1 set away from revenge for losing that singles final. Both players back on court. Of these two on a national level, it's always been Megan Knight who's had the edge. She won the girls under 12s title here at the Junior National Championships. And that was in 2022. She won the girls 14s title. That was last summer, but she's down a set to Daniela Britton, who's been playing some of her best tennis this week at the LTA's National Tennis Centre in Roehampton. And thanks to the break of serve, she starts the second on her racket. A lot of pressure on that forehand of Knight's, going off forehand into the backhand side of Britton. Britton was tracking it already, and that's such a strong wing for the 14-year-old from Dorset. If her head is clear though, Knight, she can draw on the fact that although it was a high-level set from Britton, it wasn't perfect. There were missed returns. There were little drop-offs every time she did take a step. And that just a little too far for Britton. Again, she shows her foot speed and her intelligence to try and negotiate her way back into proceedings. But credit to Knight for keeping her head up here. It could prove critical. And it's a first break point. The backhand is slick and brutal when deep. But despite it being the side to give a little more, she's also used the forehand well, Britton. There's a fair bit of natural shape on that side. And she utilizes it with placement. High-level placement of serve from Daniela Britton to navigate her toughest service game of the match so far. Back and forth from deuce, break point saved. Father was a player himself. Her dad, Roger Britton, introduced Daniela to the sport. And she has a lot to celebrate in her young career already. Megan Knight has the higher international ranking, but both players ranked inside the world's top 370 in the ITF junior rankings. And with several years still to keep those numbers building, should they so choose. And something had to give out here. Neither player had dropped a set, making the final, as was the case last year in the 14s. I'm not sure if it factored. Breeze did just pick up a little there as Knight was serving. I mean, it's such a different matchup for Megan Knight today. Yesterday, her and Edie Griffiths were coming through with some really quality ball striking, but Griffiths more or less trying to out-hit Knight, which is quite a task. And Britton has those little moments of lapse, but across the board, she is asking Knight to readjust and recommit time and time and time again out here. It's controlled. And it's impressive. And there's the first breakthrough of the second set for the winner of the first. It's a 4-game winning streak now for the 14-year-old from Dorset. Reminder, winner over top seed and defending champion Holly Smart yesterday. If we had a marker on court for every spot from which Megan Knight has had to play a ball, the whole perimeter of her side of the court pretty much would be covered. And that's what Britain's done so effectively. Great recovery and maintaining of balance there from Knight. But the reality is that Britain's had a lot more stability in terms of where she's playing the ball from. She's misjudged that, but plenty of times she has put Knight on the end of a string and had her responding. She's played puppeteer a little bit. Really important game for Knight with the 4 games won against her in succession. Now, she did break back at 2-love in the first set, but was never quite able to level up, so this looks pretty critical. Yeah, resilience rewarded. And we are back on serve at the beginning of the second set. Knight battling on. And there's still a long way to go in this girls' singles final. very early stages of set 2. Very impressive roll of honor for the girls category in this 16 and unders event at the Lexus Junior National Championships the last few years. No real surprises in terms of the ultimate champion. Last season, Holly Smart, previously Hannah Klugman, Mini Zhu, Eva Shaw in 2021. Daniela Britton, despite being seeded number 4, really setting the standard this week. Her placement of shot, her versatility of ground stroke. And Knight's got to stick with it point by point and come through with the hard-hitting resilience to just wear Britton down. Well, that's nicely done by Knight. This time the break back is backed up. And she's maybe just uncovered a couple of areas of vulnerability, maybe some cracks in the Britton armor. It's been a couple of times in recent memory that she's been in the forecourt, Britton, and she's not fully committed to the drive volley. She's not seen it through. And the wind is starting to pick up, so that makes the calculations and the adjustments a little more difficult. And this is the first really sustained drop-off that we've seen from Britain. She's played at such a high level, it surely had to come at some point. Credit to Knight for being present. Asking some real questions here at triple break point. And a couple of helping hands of double faults there. Just remind us what is on the line here in this 16 and unders Junior National Championships final. Megan Knight with the turnaround, and that's impressive resilience from the number 3 seed to lead 3-2 with the break in this second set. Again, Megan Knight carries herself for the most part very professionally. There have been moments out here where she could have given way to frustration. She's not let it get on top of her. She is always the first up and out to the baseline. And Britain knows her opponent well. She knows there's the potential to ruffle some feathers here, and that Knight's under all the pressure at a set down. Full commitment to the game plan here from Megan Knight. Britain might be the all-rounder on court, but Knight with the unrivaled first strike in this category this season. Yeah, it must have been the outside edge of the sideline if called good. And Knight being a real risk taker now with conviction. there it is. After a run of 4 games against her, that is 4 games on the bounce for Knight. And after doubles triumph yesterday, she predicted a tough one against a player that she knows incredibly well. That's what this is shaping up to be. Britain really being asked the question now of whether she can sustain the high level that she brought out on court at the beginning of this match. And the serve coming up clutch here for Britain as Knight has upped the ante off the ground. She's just taking the baseline level of the player from Suffolk out of the equation here. How about that adjustment though from Knight? Herself and Holly Smart rolled to the doubles title yesterday for the loss of 1 game, and it was really smart doubles play. Tactical efficiency at the net, good use of the serve. And time on the doubles court can only be of help tonight because she has those foundational elements of the power play and the hunger to attack. Yeah, that forehand was borderline from Britain, but it did take a bit more pressure off the drive on this occasion. It's a shot that she has struggled with, and that actually players more on the WTA tour over the years have struggled with the more, that drive volley. Massive game for Daniela Britain's straight sets hopes, and the reaction from Knight underlines just how much weight that carries for her opponent. The streak of games won by Knight snapped at 4, and this second set could still very much go either way. So Knight's winning streak snapped, but still holds the break of serve in set 2. And it's her job right now to focus on that, because you could sense the disappointment as Britain stalled momentum with the previous hold. Great first ball behind the serve from Knight, that opening out of the court. And Britain's brand of tennis is impressive, but it's also demanding from her side when a clash starts to lengthen. She's got to have that attention to detail, that clinical nature of construction. And although she's missed that ball, Knight in this set forcing Britain to do a lot more moving than she did in the first set. It was Knight who was really being given the runarounds in the opener. More effective and efficient use of the court. Yeah, it's a little more loose now from Britain. Now that we're a couple of hours into this clash almost. And Knight still with a sustainable level at the back of the court, meaning that she's one game away from taking this the distance. Underlining exactly why there have been a lot of eyes on her over the past 12 months particularly. She's excelled in the 14s category, Knight, both on a national and international level. She says the highlight for her so far has been winning the 14s event in Monte Carlo. And that's excluding the fact that she's won a J100 event already this season. The fourth highest level of junior competition. And she's been performing well on the European stage. And the reactions from Britain, which were ferocious off the starting blocks, are just becoming a little slower and less sharp now, meaning that Megan Knight at triple break point has set points to choose from. All or nothing backhand, executed impressively. And that final point of the second set, a perfect example of how Megan Knight has been able to insert herself back into proceedings, getting Daniela Britton on the stretch, forcing the number 4 seed to respond to her play. And so it will be Megan Knight serving first in a final set shootout for the second time today. A singles final here at the Lexus Junior National Championship 16s event is going right down the wire. And by the looks of it on this occasion, it'll be just Daniela Britton taking her leave of the court ahead of the final set.
You're not going to win that point very often. Such a good first volley, Charlie. Terrible. How did it bounce?
So Britain back on court ahead of the final set of the day and the tournament here at the 2025 16 and unders event at the Lexus Junior National Championships. Aaron Salvaranson, the qualifier and eventual champion, left the court after losing the second set of the boys singles final. Said he was a little bit gone and frustrated because the Wimbledon wildcard was on his mind. Direct entry into the Wimbledon Junior Championships that comes as a result of this trophy. And that's going to be a hugely motivational prize for both these players. Each aged 14, both of them contesting the 14 and unders event at the championships last year, but not the girls singles itself. Britain names Novak Djokovic as her favorite player. She ended up training next to him on the practice courts at Orangi Park last year, said it gave her extra motivation. Which is all to say that both sides of the net, as well as the pressure and the tricky nature of the familiarity they have with each other, there are going to be nerves at play in this decider. There could be a little bit of back and forth. Oh, that's supreme commitment from Knight. Having to do all the generating. There was a lot of time to think about that ball as it sat out in front of her with no pace on it. That could have been very detrimental with the amount of tension that's going to be at play here. A very big hold of serve from Megan Knight to kickstart this deciding set. Multiple break points saved. And that will give her a lot of faith in her ability to rise to the occasion in this decider. She's done it before, Knight. Won the 12s title in 2022 and the 14s title last summer over Daniela Britton herself. So maybe that experience could factor in this final set shootout. We stood courtside for Britain's defeat of top seed and defending champion Holly Smart yesterday, and her coach was alongside. She trains at the West Hants Club at the Regional Player Development Centre there. And I think it was her coach, Jazz Drew, saying to her, love the commitment. And that commitment is so necessary here, to stay loose and to be very purposeful about her point construction, because Knight needs no encouragement. The way Megan Knight goes about her tennis with that big strike, it is a little less complex, and in these high pressure moments it just means there's a little less for her to think about. She's very clear on what the process to the prize is. And for Britain, it's so important to use the placement of that serve to try and keep these exchanges to a minimum right now. She's racked up a lot more miles with the footwork since the beginning of set 2. Britain not as stable to produce. And it's asking for daring deliveries such as that backhand. Well, there it is, the opening break of serve for Megan Knight, who has won 8 of the last 9 games of this match from when Britain was on a 4-game winning streak. And it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And right now, mentally and physically, the number 3 seed seems to have a touch more in the tank. She's just leaking a little too much here, Britain. And even though neither of these two had dropped a set coming into the final, this final is now a couple of hours deep. And when something's taxing mentally, that can manifest itself physically. understandably not the same quality of point-by-point production from Britain. And it's the player who got the better of her in last year's 14 singles final who is in pole position in the decider. 3-love in the favour of Culford's Megan Knight. It's Culford's Matt Lowe who is leading the team watching on for Megan Knight this week, and they've got to be so pleased with how she responded to that set and a break deficit when Britain was producing so consistently at such a high level, sending every ball back differently and forcing constant readjustments from Knight. Finish line isn't in view yet, but just with the flow of the last 45 minutes out here, this feels like a pretty essential game for Daniela Britton. No, she's found the line on this occasion. Still pushing, still fighting. But also feeling like the court is that much smaller, with Knight having maintained a level, seeing that ball clearly. And that is some way to seal the double break. Megan Knight now well on her way to yet another Junior National Championships title. It was very telling how quickly and nonchalantly Knight turned around for the next ball after Britain got the dead net cord on the very first point of the game. If they were locked level, that would have been infuriating for Knight, but she's seen enough go down over the last 20 minutes or so. There's been enough leakage from Britain's play off the ground that she knows that she sits comfortably in this match at the moment. And suddenly that finish line is very much in view. And with shining armor, Megan Knight is charging towards it. 5-love. She leads in the deciding set. And she's going to come out swinging as Daniela Britton serves to stay in the tournament. Really has been a stunning week from Britain here at the LTA's National Tennis Centre, with a truly impressive straight sets triumph over defending champion Holly Smart yesterday. And it was a great start to this match. But since the third game of the second set, where she led by a set and a break and then double faulted twice, she's not really looked the same player. Might have been a bit of a deer in the headlights moment. That was the first time the match was truly on her racket. And she had something to lose against a player she lost to in the title match of the 14s in August. That was at Nottingham Tennis Centre, which will again be the venue for the 12s and 14s competition. Yeah, that's the play she's capable of and that she's going to keep building on. It's so impressive to see how fleshed out Britain is as a player at 14 years old, how many options she has. And naturally, when that is the case, when you're a player with a lot of options, it can take a little bit more time to reach your full potential as you fine-tune all of that. The load in this match has just weighed a bit heavy over the past 45 minutes. And Knight is closing in. With every intention of getting it done on the return. This is championship point for Megan Knight. Not the way she wanted it, but that is the clean sweep for Megan Knight. Doubles and singles champion at this year's Lexus Junior National Championships 16 and unders event. Repeats the result of last summer's 14 singles final, where she did get the better of Daniela Britton. And she just keeps climbing through the categories. Knight, 12 and unders champion in 2022, 14s champion last year, and now she reigns in the 16s and sets her eyes on the 18s next week. That's going to be a loaded field. Reigning junior US Open champion Mika Stojsavljevic will be there. Hannah Klugman, who triumphed in this event a couple of years ago, and many others taking to the court over the next week here at the LTA's National Tennis Centre in Roehampton. Fantastic week from Daniela Britton, who took down the top seed and the defending champion, and who made a great start to this match. But it's about how you finish, and Megan Knight built her way into it, kept her head up, and claims the trophy. We'll stick around for the trophy presentation, and a reminder that qualifying competition starts for the 18s as soon as tomorrow. Live streaming continues here for the Lexus Junior National Championships on the LTA YouTube channel, so make sure that you're across that. Plenty more to look forward to. The stakes rise again next week. And for Megan Knight, that is guaranteed entry into the main draw of her first Wimbledon Junior Championships.
Ladies and gentlemen, another great singles final here today, second in a row going to a third set. Please show your appreciation once again for both of our finalists, Daniela Britton and Megan Knight. And to present our trophies, please welcome back onto court our tournament referee Jill Milne, Nigel Jordan, chair of the LTA Advisory Group, and Jack Spicer from our sponsor Lexus. So, before we present to the players, with this being the final match of this week's 16 under event, there are a number of thank yous I'd like to make on behalf of the tournament. Firstly, thank you once again to our team of ball crew, to our team of on-court officials, and to our chair umpire for our girls singles final, Luke Smith. There are a number of thank yous, so do please bear with me, and also please don't hold it against me if I forget anyone's name. So anyway, in no particular order, I'd like to thank Jill Milne, who's our tournament referee. This is the third year, Jill, we've worked together for this event. It's always a pleasure working with you. Done a fantastic job. Fortunately, we haven't had any raindrops to deal with this week, but fingers crossed for next. So thank you very much, Jill. Next, I'd like to thank Nigel Smithurst, our physio. I've known Nigel now for quite some time. He's a fantastic physio. I know all the players really appreciate the work and the education that he gives to them throughout the tournaments that he works at. So Nigel, thank you. Lurking up at the top there, I'd like to thank Mr. Grimsdale for his very well-oiled machine on control desk. We don't get quite as many jokes from him nowadays as we did a couple of years ago, but for those of you who have heard Peter Grimsdale's jokes, that's probably not a bad thing. But Peter, thank you very much, and look forward to seeing you again with us for next week. I'd also like to thank our stringer, Pete Dalton. I'd like to thank the NTC Ops team. Ray, Lucy's here for you, Emily's here. Okay, it's always a pleasure doing an event here. The Ops team here are very, very proactive. Andras, who's actually on holiday this week, it actually took him about 4 weeks to actually put all of this branding up. Not all day, every day, but it was a real labour of love. Okay, and he's taken a well-earned break this week because I guess he's done his work. But the NTC Ops team, Simon and the catering team, the food is tremendous what's produced here, and it's always a pleasure doing an event here, so thank you. So now's the bit, if I have missed anyone, a better thank thank Adam. Okay, Adam's at the top of the steps there. I'd like to thank Adam there because he's waving with his chest outfit on. Pumping the chest out as normal, Adam. Okay, but particularly thank you for all your work, and particularly the barbecue on Tuesday, although one or two of the players weren't quite so keen on 3 and 4 when the smoke came over. But thank you for that. I know you've done about 14 days in a row, so thank you. So, to our players, our runner-up for 2025, Daniela Britton.
Daniela Britton, that's a name you're going to hear a lot more. She has such a promising game and a brilliant week here at the Lexus Junior National Championship 16 and unders event, taking down the top seed and defending champion, and then participating in a well-fought final. 3 ITF Junior titles to her name, and she can definitely add to that tally. She'll participate in at least the qualifying event at the Championships Wimbledon this year.
And our 2025 16 under girls national champion from Suffolk, Megan Knight.
Within the last 3 years, she's been 12 and unders champion, 14 and unders champion, and now 16 and unders champion is Megan Knight, and she's done that across doubles and singles as well. How privileged is Great Britain to have so many promising young players right now, and you're going to see even more of them next week here at the LTA National Tennis Centre. Stay tuned with the live streaming on the LTA YouTube channel, because the 18s event at the Junior Nationals begins tomorrow. The big prizes up for grabs there, and the singles are wildcards into men's and women's qualifying at the championships. For now, we leave you with your winners this week, Aaron Silvarason and Megan Knight. I've been Abigail Johnson, guiding you through proceedings. Enjoy the rest of your Friday, and I'll be back with you next week for the 18s finals.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our 16 and under events. We look forward to another good week of tennis next week with the 18 and unders, and let's hope for some similar weather to bless us for that period. Thank you very much.